presence adds an immense value to this gathering. I am very pleased to introduce Honorable Shri Rohitji Kansal. Shri Rohitji Kansal is a senior civil servant from the Indian Administrative Service IAS. Sir is currently the Additional Secretary to the Government of India in the Ministry of Textiles, where his responsibilities include textiles, fashion, and sustainability. Sir has held challenging public policy assignments in diverse sectors like trade and international relations, clean energy, and infrastructure. Sir has also led key infrastructure departments including power and energy, public investment, roads and planning, and communication. Sir has been an Emerging Leaders Fellow of the Australia India Institute at the University of Melbourne, Australia, a Fellow of the Ananta Aspen Fellowship, a Sherpa in UN Secretary General's High Level Group on Sustainable Energy for All, widely known as SE for All, as well as an expert in the Clean Energy Ministerial. Sir has also lectured at various institutions and universities around the world and regularly contributes to many national newspapers through his influential writing. Sir has been trained at the London School of Economics, the Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, and the Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, Patiala. Sir, we are very honored to have you as a chief guest of this ceremony. Since Sir has prior commitments, we would like to request you to kindly deliver the address. Sir, are we audible to you? I would like to request technical team to kindly coordinate with Sir. Sir, are we audible to you? Hello? Sir, a very warm welcome to Green Fashion India. Are we audible to you?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. We have already introduced you here, and the gathering is waiting for your special address. So we would like to request you to kindly start.
Thank you very much. I think I lost your. And am I audible?
Sir, we can hear you.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you're audible, sir. You can start with your address.
Organizers of the Green Fashion Initiative at the MKSS, chairperson, office bearers of the CMAI, young students, I think there are some microphones on because of which we are getting an. Am I audible? Can I begin?
From the technical team, coordinate with sir.
A very good morning to everybody. Members of the School of Fashion Technology of the MKSS Institute, Pune, chairperson, officers, members of the CMAI, industry leaders, faculty members, young students. It's indeed a pleasure to be with all of you here virtually. And I think all of us must thank technology that the dreams which were envisioned by many of the science fiction writers almost half a century ago are now turning into reality, and it is possible for individuals to be almost very close to each other, even while being hundreds of miles away. I would have very much liked to be here in person being good for society as well. Means being sustainable because it is a good value proposition. Now, how is sustainability a good value proposition?
Thank you so much, sir. Your thoughts and vision have truly enriched and motivated us to strive for excellence in the panoramic areas of green fashion and sustainability. We deeply appreciate your time and support. On behalf of MKSS's School of Fashion Technology, Pune, Green Fashion India Forum, CMAI, and Yojak, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your time, gracious presence, and for sharing such insightful and inspiring words with the gathering. Thank you so much once again for being here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the momentum going. It is my honor and privilege to invite President Green Fashion India, architect Ms. Mohonaji Kadam, to deliver welcome address and share the opening remarks for this esteemed conference.
Good morning to all. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, distinguished dignitaries on the virtual platform, esteemed guests from industry and academia, renowned creative designers, my fellow members from Maharshi Karve Stri Shikshan Sanstha and School of Fashion Technology, Pune, and my dear talented participants. Today, it gives me immense pleasure and pride to welcome you all to Green Fashion India 2025. Right now, we had a very inspiring speech by Sir explaining the concepts of green fashion, and I'm sure we promise him that these insights which he has given us, we will try to implement them to the grassroots levels and also in the field of education. So I really thank Sir for giving all these valuable insights. Regarding Green Fashion Forum, we all know that this forum has been in the forefront for creating ethical, responsible, and regenerative fashions by fostering interaction between its key stakeholders. This seed of sustainable practice was sowed by SOFT, and it was powered by MKSSS, which has now blossomed into a strong ecosystems where artisans, designers, academicians, policymakers, and industry leaders are collaborating to redefine fashion with a purpose and with consciousness. Obviously, beyond doubt, the guiding force behind this movement is the unwavering commitment exhibited by our mentors. Their expertise, vision, and insights have continuously helped us to bring a meaningful change. Under their guidance, the theories and discussions have transformed into live projects, research collaboration, and sustainable business models. In the past few years, GFI had handled a very number of critical issues like handloom preservations, fair fashions, ethical certification, and material sustainability. Developing an understanding of these concepts helped GFI to empower the fashion community from grassroots level. Today, these efforts are greatly appreciated and the consortium is gaining global recognition. Last year, we took great pride in hosting GFI conference in close association with the G20 summit. At this event, we successfully rendered the theme of sustainable human systems in Bharatiya, which means in Indian fashions. Moving on, this year, we have embarked on exploring fashion vitality by addressing few key questions like how do we get sustainable practice to mainstream? How can we make authenticity, transparency, traceability a non-negotiable principle of fashion? There will be many more questions raised in this forum, which we need to brainstorm in the next 2 days. So, addressing this beautiful August gathering, I wish that this conference is not just a milestone, but a real movement that strengthens our collective mission for a greener, fairer, and vibrant future for fashion in India and abroad. Lastly, with deep gratitude to our mentors, partners, and participants, I want to extend our best wishes for an inspiring and transformative conference. Thank you all for your efforts and participations in the next 2 days. Namaste.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this wonderful opening. You have truly kept the notions high. The health of fashion ecosystem depends on the choices we make today. This year's conference theme, Fashion Vitality, Nurturing the Health of Fashion Ecosystem, builds upon the insights and discussions from the GFI Prelude held in February 2024 at Nagpur. The event critically examined the environmental, social, and economic impacts of fashion, laying the groundwork for the deliberations of this 10th Green Fashion India Conference 2025. I would like to invite Secretary Green Fashion India, Dr. Manjuji Hundekar, to provide more insights on the conference theme.
Thank you, Mallika. Respected guests on the dais, let me tell you, the word guest will not be at all suitable because though they are in the capacity of dignitaries and guests here, this conference is very much in support and consistent support of many years of Shri Rahulji Mehta and Shri Santoshji Kataria. This year's theme, Fashion Vitality, where we thought that every time we used to say that fashion is the most polluting industry. So we ourselves are the responsible people to make it polluting. But I think we are also understood our own responsibility. And I think since 2000, maybe 10, this initiative has become more prominent and everyone as a stakeholder holder of fashion industry has realized their own responsibility. In that, the relationship between the creator and wearer is not remained only to aesthetics, but it is much beyond that. And the responsibility approach is getting associated strongly, responsibility at the top level as social responsibility, which has got two main areas, that is environmental sustainability and social sustainability in terms of economic sustainability. Because until and unless we become economically viable, it is very difficult for all of us to survive. So as we talk about the aspect of environmental, the equal importance goes to economic sustainability. If we all see that maybe for past decade, everyone is talking about circularity, then recycling, upcycling, the initiatives are prominent. But I think it is required to have more and more focused approach. And with that intention, with the consistent research, with the consistent collaborative activities, I would like to mention here and thank CMAI for giving us an opportunity to interact with industrialists, especially to see their developments during Fab Show and their fairs. I would like to thank Yojak because we could have a very strong summit or interactive session with 40 industries in Surat. So just remember that this is not the table deliberations. Every person sitting here is a big contributor for maybe minimum last 1 decade, maybe more than that to some extent, in some kind of personalities. With this, we are going to geared up to consider fashion as a factor of energy. We wear fashion, we live in fashion, and then that has to be really, really positive. How we can make it? So we have identified 5 sections. The one is very prominent where we all talk about handlooms, handicrafts, and khadi. And another one which is very close but having a little deviation, that is the social interventions. So with these two, we have third section as industry, product, and process, which equally matters. That sir also said rightly that we have to understand the sustainability of entire supply chain, and it should get associated with each aspect which is involved in fashion creation. Of course, certifications play a very vital and important role, though we see that, there are many questions, many queries which are getting resolved. Still, the certifications are evolving, and maybe, we must have realized that certifications like Higg Index came, and it had an association of questions associated it. The energy we have to see is people are more keen to go for transparency and traceability. We have to respect everything, and we are not here to criticize anything. So all these deliberations where we feel we can put everything very positively. With these certifications, of course, the last group, which is consumer awareness. We see the concept of greenwashing is coming forward greatly, where the brands, for their economic viability or maybe, to attract consumer, they're using some terminologies which may not be really associated with authenticity. With this, as a responsible citizen of this world, it is our duty that we take the responsibility to bring in the realities, or maybe do the transparency to the consumers with right means and ways. And with this, the consumer needs to be addressed right from the childhood. And the biggest important involvement in this conference is we have our own principals who would be attending this conference. The head of all our schools is here with us, because we are not going to just talk about sustainability. We'll make it sure that how it can be reached in the most meaningful way to the children. We have here people like Meher Castellino, Rasika Vakalkar, and Anjali Mehta. I'm sure, with their insights, it is going to be very interesting. I must mention about our executive committee members, Shri Rahulji Bhajekar, Hemang Agarwal, Benjamin Itter, Meher Castellino. Consistently, these are all very renowned professionals, and their commitment to their profession is also, very strong. Still, they spare their time, and whatever concept we conceive, they make it sure that it has to be perfect, it has to be rightly projected for the better results. Thank you so much, everyone. Last but not the least, our President of MKSS, President of Green Fashion India, Managing Committee Member, MKSSS, Architect Mohana Kadam. Her direct and indirect support has really taken this forum to a height of success. Of course, our chairperson, vice chairperson of MKSSS, the entire local management committee, because any institution having funds for research, going to the interiors of the countries, going to the industries, then interacting with them, getting involved students on various projects is very important. But we are unable to do it with the lack of funds. But here, the commitment of MKSSS to social sustainability is very, very high. And with this respect, I thank them for their continuous support. Our new principal is here, Dr. Garima Bhalla. Her leadership is going to make crucial impact for the further deliberations. And of course, our team is geared up. Our steering committee, Jignasa Shah madam, and we have, all the way Banasali teachers have come. We have very interesting personality, Mr. Kaswa, who has been working on bamboo development. So every person here you will see and you will interact. I may not be able to take everyone's name here at present, but it is very important that all these personalities are here. Last year we conducted the prelude in Nagpur. Our principal in charge is also here. And they, with the very small team, they could attract industry and social entrepreneurs there in Nagpur, and it was a great success. Thank you so much, Kripa ma'am, for being here with all of us. With this, I take your leave and I respect Mallika to please carry on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving us a wider insight on the conference theme. I'm sure we all will make most of it during the roundtable discussion. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, before we delve into the conference mood, it is essential to acknowledge the esteemed institutions and organizations that have been at the forefront of empowering education and fostering creative excellence in the domain of green fashion. With unwavering dedication and the incredible vision of Bharat Ratna Maharshi Dhondo Keshav Karve, the foundation of this prestigious organization, Maharshi Karve Stri Shikshan Sanstha, MKSSS, was laid. The Sanstha is known for illuminating the lives of countless children, widows, and women tirelessly fighting for their empowerment through education. The MKSSS has expanded in more than 70 plus institutions, having a ceaseless mission for which it is recognized globally for the last 128 years. As a part of MKSS's prestigious legacy, the School of Fashion Technology SOFT was founded to cater to women's empowerment through design education. SOFT is one of the most prestigious institutes catering to the ever-changing landscapes of the fashion industry for the last 28 years. It has also been ranked as one of India's top 10 best fashion institutions. SOFT has established a strong global presence by securing top ranks and commendable positions in national and international design competitions, research symposiums, and conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, Green Fashion India, GFI, an initiative of MKSSS and SOFT, has been at the forefront of pioneering sustainable and green strategies in the fashion industry since its inception in 2011. This remarkable initiative would not have been possible without the support of visionary organizations as collaborators, leading the way in sustainable practices and business innovations. We are deeply honored to have the backing of such pioneering organizations that share the similar ethos and commitment towards green fashion. Among them, the Clothing Manufacturers Association of India, CMAI, stands as one of the most influential organizations representing the Indian apparel industry. With a strong presence in the industry, CMAI acts as a vital link between the government and businesses, advocating policies that drive progress while ensuring compliance with ethical and sustainable practices. Additionally, CMAI plays a crucial role in empowering the workforce and enhancing the industry's global competitiveness by extending its network to educational institutions. And we take great pride in SOFT being one of the CMAI's valued partners in this endeavor. Our next partnering organization, Yojak, Center for Research and Strategic Planning for Sustainable Development, was founded with a mission to drive sustainable development through scientific methods and strategic initiatives. Yojak operates pan-India and is dedicated to its mission of fostering sustainable development. Yojak has extended its support to SOFT for its exceptional initiative of Green Fashion India by providing the esteemed opportunity to host the prestigious C20 event under G20 Summit. Dr. Gajananji Dange, President of Yojak, has been an incredible pillar of support for the Green Fashion India initiative. His invaluable guidance and vision have played a significant role in its success. Although Sir could not join us today, he has conveyed his heartfelt regards and best wishes for this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome our esteemed dignitaries. We are very pleased to welcome the guest of honor, Shri Santoshji Kataria, President CMAI and Advisory Board Member SOFT. A seasoned professional with nearly 4 decades of experience in ready-made garment manufacturing, Sir, with his leadership and advocacy, has been instrumental in advancing India's apparel manufacturing sector. Prior to his presidency at CMAI, Sir has served as Honorary General Secretary and was the Regional Chairman, Western Region, actively addressing industry challenges. Sir is also the Managing Director of Papermint Clothing Private Limited, one of India's leading kids wear brands. Sir's involvement as an advisory board member of SOFT has been very crucial since the inception. Sir, we are very pleased to welcome you as the guest of honor of the ceremony. I would like to request Architect Srimati Mohonaji Kadam, President GFI, to felicitate and present token of respect to Shri Santoshji Kataria. Up next, we are very glad and pleased to welcome the special guest, Shri Rahulji Mehta, Chairman Advisory Board Green Fashion India and Chief Mentor CMAI. Sir is a respected veteran and prominent personality of the apparel industry for more than 5 decades, known for launching extremely successful brands like UFO Jeans, Creative Cottons, 109 Fahrenheit, and many, many more. Sir has held prestigious positions, including being the president of the Clothing Manufacturers Association of India and the International Apparel Federation. Additionally, Sir plays a crucial role as the chairman of the advisory board at School of Fashion Technology, Pune, contributing to the growth and development of the institute. Currently, being the chief mentor at CMAI, Sir has contributed significantly in guiding the organization's strategic direction and advocating for the apparel industry's advancement. Sir's enduring commitment to innovation, education, and industry advocacy as advisory member of Green Fashion India has cemented his legacy in the sustainable and green fashion sector. Sir, it is an absolute honor and privilege to welcome you all as the special guest of the ceremony. I would like to request Architect Ms. Mohana Kadam to kindly felicitate and present a token of respect to Shri Rahulji Mehta. Ladies and gentlemen, the success of Green Fashion India is driven by a dedicated team of visionaries who work tirelessly to promote sustainability in the fashion industry. At the heart of this movement is our esteemed executive committee. It is our privilege to introduce the esteemed members of the Executive Committee of Green Fashion India who have played a pivotal role in shaping this platform and driving its mission forward. We are very glad to have with us Shri Rahulji Bhajekar, Executive Committee Member GFI, and Managing Director Global Standards GmbH, a non-profit organization. With decades of rich experience, Sir has played a pivotal role in shaping global textile standards. Currently serving as the Director of Global Standards Development and Quality Assurance at the renowned Global Organic Textile Standards GOTS. Sir has been instrumental in promoting sustainable and ethical practices in the industry with expertise in quality control, ecological testing, and chemical restrictions, which has made a significant impact on the textile sector worldwide. I would like to request Shri Santoshji Kataria to felicitate Shri Rahulji Bhajekar. We are very pleased to have Mr. Benjamin Itter, Executive Committee Member GFI, CEO Lebenskleidung, and Senior Product Consultant Dudes Factory, Germany. Benjamin is a passionate advocate for sustainability in the textile industry and the co-founder of Lebenskleidung, a Berlin-based company specializing in certified organic fabrics. Witnessing the environmental and social impact of the textile industry, Benjamin founded Lebenskleidung to make sustainable fabrics more accessible to designers and businesses. As an active speaker at global conferences, he continues to drive conversations on ethical and responsible fashion. I would like to request Shri Rahulji Mehta to felicitate Mr. Benjamin Itter. Next, we are very glad to have with us Ms. Meher Caslino, Senior Fashion and Marketing Consultant and author. Ma'am is a renowned fashion journalist, author, and consultant with extensive experience in the fashion industry. Ma'am has contributed to numerous international publications and is known for her expertise in fashion trends, styling, and the business of fashion. Through her work, she has become a prominent voice in both Indian and international fashion circles. Meher Castellino is a trailblazer who clinched the crown of Femina Miss India in 1964, has made an indelible mark in the fashion world. I would like to request architect Ms. Mona Kadam to felicitate Ms. Meher Castellino. Next, we are very pleased to have with us Shri Hemangji Agrawal, Managing Director, the Surekha Group, designer, founder of label Hemang Agrawal. Hemangji is a talented and innovative fashion designer known for his exceptional creativity and attention to detail. He is distinguished for using Indian textile heritage for contemporary cuts and deploying weaving techniques that conserve Varanasi's rich weaving traditions. With a deep understanding of design and a passion for crafting unique contemporary styles, Sir has carved a niche for himself in the fashion industry. His work blends traditional craftsmanship with modern aesthetics, earning him recognition for the most distinctive approach to fashion design. I would like to request architect Srimati Mona Kadam to felicitate Shri Hemangji Agrawal. Ladies and gentlemen, on this special occasion, it is our privilege to honor individuals whose dedication and contributions have significantly impacted our industry. Their relentless efforts and dedication to this field have been truly inspiring. As a token of our deep appreciation, we are honored to felicitate such special personalities for their outstanding contribution. We are very pleased to have Srimati Ushaji Shrikant, traditional textile veteran and author. Ma'am is a celebrated expert in the field of ethnic embroidery, known for her dedication to preserving and promoting rich textile traditions of India. Ma'am has contributed significantly to the revival and popularization of traditional embroidery techniques. Her work celebrates the craftsmanship and artistry behind aesthetic textiles, ensuring that these timeless skills continue to thrive in contemporary fashion and design. I would like to request Shri Rahulji Mehta to felicitate Srimati Ushaji Shrikant. We are very glad to have with us Srimati Sujataji Thorat, social entrepreneur and a textile artist. Ma'am is known for her innovative approach to Godadi, Maharashtra's traditional quilt making craft, blending heritage with contemporary design. Her passion for preserving traditional techniques while exploring new possibilities has earned her recognition in the textile art community globally. Her exceptional creations in textiles has received a special mention at the International Quilt Festival Chennai, followed by showcasing her commendable work across the USA. Recently, ma'am was nominated to exhibit at the Bharat Tex 2025 for reflecting the creativity and artistry of women through Maharashtra's Godadi craft. I would like to request Shri Santoshji Kataria to felicitate Srimati Sujataji Thorat. Before we proceed on the next contributor, I would like to check with the technical team if ma'am has joined. We are very pleased to have with us virtually Dr. Meghaji Fansarkar, Urban Regional Planner, Social Entrepreneur, and founder of Tisar Artisan Trust. A heartfelt welcome to you, ma'am. Ma'am has worked with the World Bank for 18 years, serving as resident representative in Maharashtra, overseeing rural missions. As the founder of Tisar Artisans Trust, she empowers rural artisans across 18 states, supporting thousands of families. Ma'am is a national award-winning entrepreneur holding a doctorate in system design for resource planning and a master's in urban regional planning from renowned CEPT Ahmedabad. Ma'am has also served as a WSSCC steering committee in Geneva and advises the Center for Urban Innovation. Ma'am, we extend our heartfelt gratitude and look forward to welcoming you in future. Thank you so much for being here again. I would like to invite special guest Shri Rahulji Mehta to share few words with us.
Thank you, ma'am. You know, one of the, I think last time that I had addressed this gathering, I had said that I love being invited to soft events because it gives me an opportunity not only to rekindle my association with this amazing institute, but it also gives me an opportunity to flirt with my three girlfriends, Meher Castorino being one, Krishna Mehta, and Nivedita. But this time, Meher has used her considerable influence to make sure that she's the only one present. So today, Meher, I'm exclusively yours. You know, I had mentioned in one of my talks that I was very nervous on that particular occasion because it was the first time that I was talking in front of my sister. Today I'm even more nervous because it's the first time that I'm talking in front of my grandson. And you know how brutally honest grandsons can be, especially if they are just teenagers. And he was quite oblivious of the fact that Dada can be of some importance. So till this morning, he felt that I was only accompanying his mother, who is a famous designer, and saying, Dada, do you have to really hang on? So I said, all right, we'll see what I can do. So Sumer, I am playing some important role. You know, I think what SOFT is doing is really incredible in terms of the education that it is passing on, the kind of inspiration that it is imbibing onto the various students, and of course joined by their faculty. And I believe that it's doing a very important, or playing a very important role in the sustainability movement across the country, especially in the fashion industry. But I would like to just raise a few comments, questions, or observations. And hopefully the conference and all the leading experts that are here will be able to address them. The first question I would like to raise is it really possible to make fashion green? My opinion, no. It is just too many products, too many materials, too many processes for it to be really 100% green. The effort, therefore, I think should be to make our industry greener rather than just green. Because there is no doubt that we need to change the way we do our things, the way we run our industry. We need to be more conscious of the environment. We need to be more aware of the damage that we are doing to our future generations. So we need to make it greener. But if we accept the fact that it cannot be 100% green, but we need to be greener than where we are today, I think we will set ourselves more realistic goals, more achievable objectives. And I think that's one of the issues that I would like the conference to address today. The second question that I would like to raise is, what is the role that an institution like SOFT can play in the sustainability movement in the country? Can it develop a kind of a exclusive program, exclusive course on sustainability? And I'm not talking about, just the semantics and just the jargon related with sustainability. But can you really develop a holistic program which deals with all the aspects of sustainability, whether it is circularity, reusability, less usability, whatever? Can you develop an entire comprehensive program which is not just meant for the students, because it could be a very limiting aspect or a limiting scope of knowledge for a fresh student, but could it be given to the industry for a, let's say, a 10-day program or a 15-day program or 1-month program, so that those who are already involved in the industry can make something and do something better than what they are doing today. The third comment that I would like to raise is, and I think I have given this instance in my earlier talks, in my younger days when I was involved in theatre, our directors used to tell us actors that your voice should be heard by the deaf old lady sitting in the last row of the auditorium. And I think that is a parallel that I would like people like SOFT, institutions like SOFT, and the industry to really acknowledge and to understand that sustainability is not going to be spread across the country if it is restricted to the Aditya Birlas and the Arvind brands and the bestsellers of the world. Unless you are able to push it down, unless you're able to reach to the smallest of the MSME garment manufacturers, it's not really going to do much except make headlines and perhaps make successful seminars and conferences. You need to develop some kind of systems by which you can reach the smallest manufacturer. Only then can you say that sustainability or Indian garment industry has become more sustainable than what it was today. The other observation that I have is, can we in India develop some kind of a localized, Indianized index where a manufacturer can learn or can understand where it is today and define for itself where it wants to reach tomorrow. Something like an Indianized version of the Higgs index, for example. Can we develop something which is far more relevant to India than what is currently available in the world? And lastly, what I would like to make an observation is that we need to have some kind of an institutionalized framework of the knowledge and the expertise in sustainability being sort of moving down from the topmost brands to the bottommost manufacturers. Can we have some kind of a framework whereby it becomes a process where automatically a knowledge which is gained by the bigger players is sort of pushed down to the smaller players? These are some of the aspects and the areas that I would like the two-day conference to address. And hopefully at the end of it, and this is very important, you have to come up with an actionable plan of action, a set of decisions on which you can actually take action. And this is not just for the industry, but also for SOFT. At the end of the conference, if you all can come up with 2 or 3 or 5 points, which SOFT can then implement in its educational programs, I think that will be a very useful conclusion of the conference. And you would have done far more for the industry than just discussing for 2 days and then forgetting about the rest of the things. So these are some of my thoughts that I had. Thank you very much for the honor that you have given me. I think, Ashwin has retired, Kohli and Rohit Sharma have declared their retirements. I think it is about time that I also retire from the SOFT role that I play. I will always remain as a friend, as a guide. But I think youngsters like Santosh, Nikhil here, Anand, some of our CMI colleagues, I think we need to bring them also into the mainframe. And let's hope that we can go ahead with far more vigor. Already CMI is seeing that. I was the president for about 15 years. And now that Santosh has come, I think in 6 months he has done more than what I did in about 15 years. So that's something that I would ask you to follow his example. And Santosh is doing a great job in CMI. I'm sure he will do a great job in SOFT. So thank you very much once again.
Sir, we are not going to leave you. Your words have been truly inspiring, and your presence has added immense value to this Green Fashion India conference. So thank you so much, sir, once again. Without further ado, let us welcome our distinguished keynote speaker, joined us virtually from UK, Dr. Siva Parithi, Chief Impact Officer, Bluewin UK. Sir, I hope you can hear us. Dr. Siva Parithi is a renowned expert in the textile industry with over 25 years of experience specializing in sustainability and environmental management. As the Chief Impact Officer at Bluewin, a UK based environmental consulting and auditing firm, Sir plays a pivotal role in driving sustainable transformation in the sector. Sir has been a pioneer in advancing eco friendly practices, ensuring compliance with global environmental standards, and promoting responsible production methods. His extensive expertise and leadership have positioned him as a key figure in the industry's shift towards sustainability, making a significant impact on environmental as well as social governance initiative worldwide. A very warm welcome at Green Fashion India Conference 2025, sir.
highly sophisticated factories, you will have which are automated sorting. You will have some. I have seen some robotic names also. There are some robotic names which they have already kept where they are doing its sorting. There are some semi-automatic sorting systems also available. Where innovation will come up, I am 100% sure you will have spectroscopy coming in, automatically sensed spectroscopy, non-contact spectroscopy will come in, AI will come in, robotics will come in. So this is where most investments will come in to ensure that the sorting centers are completely established very well. Once these are sorted and then segmented, you will then have a large number of possibilities to have a pre-processing and then chemical recycling. That we will be talking about. There are many solution providers available at this stage, which are AI-driven and NIR technologies and automation all together. So you will see this is where the next innovations are getting in a big way. Now looking at the pre-processing, we are looking at mechanical and chemical. In the mechanical, you will be doing cutting, shredding, de-trimming, and compacting, agglomerating. These reduce the intensity and metal removals. These metals are removed either by magnets or by eddy currents, etc. So this is minimum requirement because most of the times they can impact the processing, chemical processing processes. So these mechanical processing, as what we call as preparation, is very important. So you will have a shredder, cutter at a big scale once you have sorted properly. De-trimming and if de-trimming is needed, and then if there are some metals, they also should be removed completely. Then come to chemical processing, where you will have probably cleaning, de-inking, de-finishing, any other metal, it could be material, it could be cotton, it could be elastane, it could be any other foreign material other than polyester should also be removed or dissolved or destroyed, because that's what is supposed to be done. We need pure 100% polyester to be processed forward, and most of the times we are not getting 100% polyester garments only in the recycling. There will be blends, and these blends need to be handled accordingly depending upon their percentages. You can do some separation completely, but if you retain its cost, so you need to then look at those possibilities. Elastane should be removed because, as I said, many of the chemicals recycling processes has elastane as an interference. You cannot completely distinguish elastane and polyester chemically when you are dissolving, because the dissolving solvent probably will dissolve both. So that is one. The bigger challenge is also decoloration or de-inking. Decoloration is a main important step. In case of polyester, you have very few color segments. Those needs to be looked at. Removal of colors like disperse or dicer or index. But this is something which we need to be looked at. In general, that's the process technologies, but in polyester recycling, there are three different mechanical recycling technologies which we can think of. One is physical, the other is chemical, the third is biological. Now, in case of physical, we are talking about mechanical. So physically, you are just getting all the mechanical recycling. Technologically, it may not necessarily be possible to remove all the colors and finishes. So therefore, a particular part or segment of the materials can still be going further as mechanical recycling. So for the chemical recycling, we are looking at depolymerization and then thermolysis. There are two different possibilities. In the case of depolymerization, there are various technologies. We can talk about methanolysis, means methanol as a solvent. We can talk about solvolysis, that means there are multiple solvents which are used. The term when you are using solvolysis means probably they are using more than one solvent. Okay, it could be methanol and then glycol, it could be methanol and other solvents. So that's the time when we will use a term called solvolysis. In case of methanolysis, at the end products, what you will get after this technology, I don't want to do a acid and ethylene glycol, or BHET is from BHET you can then further go for PET polyester itself. So there are 4 or 5 different possibilities depending upon what is the route or method which you are using. Methanolysis is one. Then you can use solvolysis. You can do some glycolysis. You can do oligomer lysis. That means you can have a more solvent. Also you can use. So you can get oligomer, and then from the oligomer you can then reconvert them into polyester. Hydrolysis, which is one of the technology where Hong Kong Meta has created this technology called green machine, which is hydrolysis where you use steam. And then ammonolysis, you can use ammonia. Aminolysis, you can use an amine instead of ammonia. And these are the possibilities. So whenever you are using any of these, you can use an amide instead of ester. You may get an amide as an output, and from there you can reconvert that into polyester if you are looking at aminolysis and ammonolysis as a chemistry process which you are using. Now, when you look into thermolysis, you can do pyrolysis, which means you can either burn the entire material in presence of oxygen or in absence of oxygen. Either you use pyrolysis, cracking or gasification, whatever you do, you can then convert this big molecule or a polymer into a small building block, and that building block will then convert back into a polymer, whatever is your chemical process or material you want. So that is a possibility. There is some enzymatic degradation is getting these days. Now we are getting to know more about the biological processes where there are some enzymes specific which can only degrade the polyester back to the building block. So that's also is possible, and soon we will get these kind of technologies also coming into picture. There are some other technologies to use like microwave degradation, where you can use microwave to degrade the polymer to oligomer and oligomer to back to the monomer. So these are the possibilities which are currently happening in the recycling space of technologies. Now, what is good, what is bad? There is no one black and white answer. It's right now at this stage of evolution, but we are learning more and more every day. In the case of methanolysis, possibly you will get a PET breakdown to DMT and ethylene glycol, as I said earlier. Now, could be an expensive. Everything is expensive when it compared to current virgin product, but when we are looking at an evolved scale of operation, that time we will need to look into in a big engineering way, because chemical engineering and mechanical engineering people and engineers have a big role to play to do a process intensification and reduce the cost. So that's not yet done because we are not having at that scale established players, but they are working on it. So it is little bit expensive because there are glycolysis and alcohols are involved, and you need to collect back distillations, the material to liquor ratio, how much volume of solvent you are using against the material, and the whole solvent need to come back. So Japanese technology has more solvent you have to use. So more solvent you use, more distillation you have to do. If you have to do more distillation, more energy is needed, and that is the reason why you will have more cost. So there are some technologies from Italy and also from in India where you are reducing the volume. You reduce the material to liquor ratio to lower extent, where you can actually reduce you can convert the same technology with lower volume. So the lower volume means lower energy for to produce to get back the distillation. So it is little better. So what is good, what is bad at this stage, I cannot tell you, but they are all working towards it. In the case of glycolysis, you will get BHET, which is a intermediate, and then further it will go back to PET as is. So one good thing is that you will get PET. So PET in and PET out. In the case of methanolysis, PET in, and you will get raw materials of PET. And then someone needs to take that, like Reliance or Indorama kind of people, then get back to polyester as is. So in the case of glycolysis, in all the fabric may still be haunting inside. And these technologies will require large amount of filtration systems, the yield reductions. These are all the things which will happen. But in general, you see more, four technologies which are right now very much prevailing. I would say methanolysis, glycolysis, hydrolysis, and biological. In the case of hydrolysis, we are getting DHET, monohydro, so these are the byproducts which is already getting developed. And I would say that right now in Indonesia there is one factory, and in Turkey there is one factory which are using this hydrolysis and getting back the products which are for socks. So for using the material for socks, I think it is okay. There are possibilities and byproducts where which is generated. We need to understand how that can be managed and how that can be make money out of it and make sense out of it. That's also we need to look into, because in the hydrolysis there is also a byproduct which is generated, which we need to identify what we will do with it. So depending upon what is the process, you have some amount of chemicals which are getting released. There are volatile organic compounds which are getting released, and there is some waste water which will be generated, some waste which will be generated in terms of sludge, and the emissions. So these are our evaluating KPIs whenever we are looking at what technology you are putting in, what are the chemicals you are using, what are the outputs which you are generating. These things which you are looking at, then when you gauge what are the outputs which are coming at, whether these are manageable, how are we going to manage these waste outputs instead of sending back into the landfill is what we need to look into. Then when sometimes you are using catalyst and in the virgin product, the same type of catalyst which we will have to also use in case of repolymerization technologies. That means we are going to end up with higher concentrations of these catalysts in your fibers, and we need to see the durability, the fastness requirements, and the recyclability of this again. So it's not one-off recycling which we are looking at. One life is okay, but what about the next life again and again and again? So the recyclability end times is what we are looking, which technology is better for getting the polymer, breaking down into monomer or polymer or intermediate, and then get back into the polymer and again get back and go back again and again is what we are looking at. So that's something which is going to happen through either of these technologies, and soon we will get these possibilities. There are many innovators in space. Some are at lab stage, some are at pilot stage, some are at demonstrative stage, some are in commercial stage. One example we can look into is Eastman in US. Unify is still right now doing with PET bottles. Ambertech is coming here from the demonstration stage. You will see here, you will hear more about Ambertech. There is a Blocktex, and there is Circ is actually talking about polyester cotton blend material, separating and separately giving you both cellulose powder and the polyester material. There is Carbios. Carbios is talking about enzymatic technologies. So there which you will be looking at, there is Loop Industries. There is one technology in China which is called Cyclone, which are also working on I would say solvolysis, methanolysis, and glycolysis. They are getting back DMT, and they are doing it at a very high scale right now. So there is H&M's subsidiary which is Syre, which is coming. You will hear them about a very big range where they are talking about technologically putting a process center in US now. They are looking at multiple options also, and all these people will need large number of sorted material. So there is green where you are talking about the microwave technology. There is protein evolution, which is also enzymatic technologies. There is revalue, which is doing glycolysis. There is Jetplan, which is also doing solvolysis. So these are all the possibilities which are going to come soon in a higher, bigger scale. So these side, output quality, environmental footprint, as I said, environmental footprint in terms of CO2, in terms of waste generated, in terms of reusability, in terms of recyclability and times. So this is the KPIs which we are looking at doing in terms of success. And blended fabrics can make a fiber separation, which is difficult. There are some technological people who are looking at possibility of using the blends, cotton polyester blends, separating them separately and then giving you both as a possibility, and removing diesters and oligomers, which and catalysts are the important aspects to remove to consider, because that's complex and high cost. At this stage, high cost. I'm not looking at the cost at this stage, looking at the possibilities. If we are understanding them, scale of operations and engineers can make things happen. So that's something which we are, which is happening right now, and that's what I want to share. In Japlan, you have already almost 1,000 metric tons, which is available. 22,000 metric tons from Kawasaki is the capacity. This is coming from Japan, Eastman is also having 100,000 metric tons capacity, but that's all coming out from Naya, state fibers and Naya polyester materials coming out of the waste, coming in the US from carpet industry and other industry. This is what is a known at this stage, and here I will stop and thank the Green Fashion India Foundation, which I have a long association with, to give me an opportunity to talk about. And thank you very much about the deliberations which you are having. I would love to be part of this in maybe next time, definitely in person, and take part and be a participant with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for delivering such an insightful and thought-provoking keynote address. We look forward to future engagements and continued learning from you. Thank you so much for being here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, our next keynote speaker is delayed, hence we'll be having the second keynote later in the schedule. I would now like to request Dr. Garimaji Bhalla, Steering Committee Member GFI and Principal SOFT, to present vote of thanks for the inaugural ceremony.
Thank you, Malika. Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, and dear attendees, it is an absolute honor for me to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of Maharshi Karve Stri Shikshan Sanstha's School of Fashion Technology and the Green Fashion India community. First and foremost, I express my sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Mr. Rohit Kansal, IAS, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, for gracing the occasion with his presence and sharing valuable insights. Sir's words have truly set the tone for a meaningful dialogue on sustainability in fashion. A special thank you to our guest of honor, Mr. Santosh Kataria, President, Clothing Manufacturers Association of India, for his unwavering support towards the vision of sustainable fashion. We are deeply honored by the presence of our special guest, Mr. Rahul Mehta, Chief Mentor, Clothing Manufacturers Association of India. Your address was both inspiring and thought-provoking, reminding us of our collective responsibility towards a greener fashion ecosystem. A heartfelt appreciation goes to Mr. Ravindra Dev, Chairman Maharshi Karve Stri Shikshan Sanstha, for his continuous encouragement and guidance in fostering education and sustainability. I extend my sincere thanks to architect Ms. Mohana Kadam, President of Green Fashion India, for her leadership and commitment in making this conference a platform for change. I also take this moment to acknowledge the contribution of our keynote speaker, Dr. Siva Pariti, for sharing his deep expertise and perspectives on the ever-evolving landscape of fashion and sustainability. A big thank you to Clothing Manufacturers Association of India for their continuous support and collaboration in promoting sustainability in the fashion industry. Your contributions have been vital in making this conference impactful. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to Yojak, our esteemed knowledge partner, for their invaluable support in driving this initiative forward. A big thank you to the GFI Advisory Board, the GFI Steering Committee members, the GFI coordinators, and the GFI core team, whose expertise and efforts have been instrumental in shaping the vision and execution of this inaugural ceremony. We are immensely grateful to the GFI participating institutions for their continued support and collaboration in making this event a success. A heartfelt thank you to the SMART team for the live the telecast which is happening right now. It was flawless, and thank you so much for that. This would not have been possible without you. A special word of thanks to all our faculty and teaching staff, as well as the administrative and supportive staff, for their dedication and behind-the-scenes efforts that have ensured the smooth execution of this event. A heartfelt appreciation to our wonderful host, Ms. Malika, for flawlessly leading us through this inaugural function. I would also like to extend my gratitude to our Students' Council and M-Design students. As we move forward with the sessions ahead, let us continue to engage, collaborate, and innovate towards a sustainable and thriving fashion ecosystem. Once again, thank you all for being a part of Green Fashion India 2025 conference. Thank you so much.
Be the change that you wish to see in the world. Every small step towards sustainability creates a rippled effect for a better future. Let's continue this journey with purpose and passion as we will begin the roundtable discussions sharp at 1:30. See you all right here. Thank you so much. I would like to request our media team to kindly click a group. Anjali ma'am.
Hello, yeah, good evening everyone. I'm Hemang Agarwal representing the panel 1. It was very nice of Malika ma'am to say we use Peg and Gilset. The headline topic which we discussed about was the fashion vitality and outcome of handloom handicraft and Khadi initiatives. And we primarily deliberated on 3 topics. First of all, I would like to name all the members of my group, besides the people on the dais, who we, Malika ma'am, Garima ma'am, Anjali ma'am, and Nivedita, myself included. We had Mruga, we had Mangesh, we had we had Shruti, we had Kripa, we had Rajashri, Yagneshwari, Hideshwari, Shweta, Survi, Anushka, Avni, Lavanya, Kalyani, Runal, So, a very women-oriented panel, which is the theme of the day. So the first point which we discussed was the challenges. The artisan is obviously at the center of all the initiatives which you do. He is basically the nucleus around which all of us stakeholders revolve around. So what are the primary challenges which are faced by an artisan whenever, if they want to use, or if they're asked to use sustainable fibers like the hemp, the banana, and so many different sustainable as well as organic fibers, and what are their inhibitions in trying to implement these new yarns or new techniques. So the conclusion, this was in fact the topic on which we deliberated the most, and the conclusion we drew was that the way we look at crafts as an outsider is very different from the way an artisan looks at a craft. For them it's also their livelihood, and that's why there's always that little bit of aversion to doing something which they are not 100% sure about, because traditionally the way they work is that the same design or the same technique gets repeated over decades, if not years. So for them to imbibe new thing definitely can be done, but the onus or the responsibility lies on us to kind of push them in that direction rather than steamrolling our way through it. So it has to be that that minimum surety, that guarantee has to be given that if something new is being tried, whether as a student or whether as a design practitioner or whether as a label we do it, we have to give them the surety that this is something which we are not, the responsibility is with us. If something works, it's the advantages for both of the stakeholders, the weaver as well as us, and if something does not work, we take that responsibility. So that because for them it's a matter of their livelihood as well, and not just something which we want to experiment with. And the other thing is, even if they are receptive to, many times it's a challenge for them to get that yarns and fibers, because somehow all the new age and sustainable mechanism or the ecosystem is more focused towards our organized sector and not so much towards the unorganized sector. So with the help of the government, if fiber banks can be set up at least the major craft clusters, where also along with for example, we know that silk is a commodity which is easily available to most of the weavers who are in that fold. But if the newer age yarns, if the sustainable yarns, whether blended or whether natural, can be made available to them, at least the access is made easy. That will at least help them in trying to go into that direction. The second point which we discussed, which was about supply chain certification. Now this is a topic which has always we know the problems, but till date we have not been able to find a proper, perfect solution to it. And obviously our exercise was not that today we'll have one epiphany or one great idea which we will kind of push to the government, okay, this is the solution to all your problems. What we believe is that there already is some mechanisms in place which have been put by so many governments. The point is now to enforce them. We know that, okay, GI, India has the largest number of GIs in the world, not just in textile but in several crafts. But has there been a case of that enforcement? So, and the maximum, in terms of quantitatively, the maximum Banarsi saris are made in Surat. Okay, the maximum Chanderi is made in Benares. So, but which is all fine, and if they are just making it as a piece of textile. The problem is when you sell it as an authentic handloom sari, which is made in Surat. The problem is not that Surat is making so many saris, 1.6 billion people in this country, not everybody can be clothed by handlooms. So it's important that, and it's not a zero-sum game. We are not, for one moment we are saying that the mill sector or the power loom sector is evil. We need that. It's as important, or if not more, it's more important in fact to our country than our handloom sector. But the point is there's a space for everything. And the problem happens when that space is ceded or is taken forcefully. So we believe that the mechanisms which they have, the first thing is the enforcement. So GI, probably there has to be some sort of enforcement. I know that it is a problem in 100% absolute enforcement of GI, because the country that we are, things will happen. Different textiles, different artisans, different art forms, will be practiced at different places, which is fine. But some sort of enforcement that you cannot sell it as saying something else. That is very, very important. Now, most of the initiatives of the government have been towards self-certification in India. So whether we talk about the handloom mark, whether we talk about the silk mark, the focus has been on self-certification, which, yes, that probably is the only way, because there cannot be a single enforcement agency which certifies every product, because then we are going back to the days of the license Raj. But this self-certification comes with its own set of problems, where a lot of pilferage and a lot of dilution has happened, because people have really taken advantage of this self-certification. So you get self-certified once for silk mark, and then for your entire life, you can, whatever product you make, you can put that tag. That is avoidable. There has to be some checks and balances here. So within the existing framework, there should be some system of checks and balances, that okay, the path which you started, for which you were giving certification, you still continue down the same path. Traceability was something which especially Nivedita and many of us were very, very sincere about, that how do we bring in traceability into our artisanal product. And the consensus was that at this point in time, for handloom product, because it's not a back integrated industry where everything is happening at once, that you are a factory where the trims, the fabrics and everything is coming, the fusing is coming at one place, and then we are making the finished product. It doesn't happen that way. There are too many stakeholders, there are too many processes involved. So any sort of traceability at this point in time is not easy, but once we enforce the existing rules, I think so this is something which will automatically start taking some shape. And one very important thing which we think we can do, which is the biggest disadvantage our crafts have faced, is that we have not added new artisans to our fold for last 30 years. Except for 2 or 3 crafts. If you talk about the Fulia handicrafts in Bengal and some bit of Chanderi in MP, not a single craft where you can say the number of practitioners have increased over the last 20-30 years. So that is the biggest problem, but that offers one ray of hope, that it's quantifiable. The number of artisanal families in this country as of today is quantifiable. So if you make a national artisan pool, then and each product which is sold as artisanal is certified by that artisanal pool. So you know that, okay, every artisanal pool or family can be given a number, and if you have that number, you know, okay, it's coming from, and see, in case of factories, it's not possible, right? But we are talking about such a small segment. I mean, how many, we might think that, we are the second biggest employer. But if you leave aside the eastern part of India, where 90% of our weavers come from eastern India who work on loin looms. If you remove that from the system, because they are not actually doing commercial production on handloom, what they are selling is for self-sustenance and self-usage. So if you remove that, the pool is pretty much quantifiable, and we really think so. The need of the hour is that we need a national artisan pool where each member of that pool is given a number, and whatever they produce, they put that number on it. So this is a start. We are not saying this is the end of the road, but this is at least the beginning. And things many a times take their own shape once you start somewhere. So this was our point for the traceability and the certification. Now the third thing was very important, that what initiatives, whether governmental or non-governmental private initiatives, which can be considered for scaling up sustainable handloom production. So now one thing which the great visionaries of handloom, which were Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay, Kupal Jaikar, and later part Martan Singh, the great institutions which were devised for Indian handloom resurrection were WSCs and IIHTs. Unfortunately, they are well past their sell-by date now. We don't hear of any single great thing which is being done by them, and they are still there. At every craft cluster there is a WSC, and at many of them there is also an IIHT. For the uninitiated, WSC is Weaver Service Center, and IIHT is Indian Institute of Handloom Technology. We employ so many people and so many others as well. I haven't come across too many candidates coming to me with an IIHT degree. That means there is something missing. So I think so the need is to reinvigorate these two great institutes and so many others. So these were the central government initiatives. There are also a lot of state government initiatives for these. So the point is that they all need to come to one single platforms with a single policy. And this, what we need to do is we need to first train the existing set of weavers, because frankly the world has moved and our crafts have not. Whereas traditionally crafts have always moved ahead with times. So we need the existing weavers, whosoever are there, we need a technical upgradation of them, so we need to train them, and then we need to bring new weavers to the fold. We cannot be feudalistic to think that weaver ka beta weaver banega, printer ka beta printer banega. If they have other options, they should actually pursue other options. Unless and until we can make this profession rewarding enough for them. So that's one. The second most important thing is we need new weavers to the fold. 20 years back, when Chanderi as a craft cluster had finished, the great Bissels of Fab India, they found that okay, this is a product which they can sell from their stores, and they started making the COCs, the community-owned companies, and the number of practitioners of Chanderi went 100-fold within a space of 4-5 years. They were new weavers. They were new people who learned that craft and joined that frame. So I think so that's an experiment which has worked well, and we need to continue that experiment at several other places to get new weavers into the fold. Yes, commerce plays a very, very important role. Gurbat mein kala nahi hoti, Gurbat mein art nahi hoti. You need to have commerce. It has to be self-sustaining. It has to be circular economy. Even in terms of, we always focus on the circular bit. You also have to focus on the economy bit. So it has to be self-subsidizing rather than only waiting for the governments to sponsor. Any bit of government money coming into any craft, I have never seen it do too many good. It has actually done worse than the good things. So I think so we can make it self-sustaining enough. And one more thing is the new initiatives which the government has taken, which includes the TUF scheme, which is Technology Upgradation Scheme, which includes the new CFCs, the marketing centers which they are doing. I think so they have been started with a great mindset, with a great notion, but probably the practice, needs to be, it should not become captive. At many places I have seen that CFCs have become captive. That was never the idea. It's important that CFCs are set up even at small clusters, so that a weaver can concentrate only on weaving. There need to be new marketing initiatives by the government, so that I think so. I find one thing very, very wrong, that all the initiatives have been okay. आप अच्छी साड़ी बनाओ, उसका फोटो लो, उसको Instagram पे डालो, उसको Flipkart पे डालो, उसको Amazon पे डालो. Why? I mean, if you are asking that, the only way you can earn more money is not by focusing on your core craft, but by doing the ancillary things around it. I think so we are not doing any justice to the skill of that artisan. We have to tell him that you just focus on your single greatest skill, and rest everything will be taken care by through the CFCs or through the marketing initiatives. So that will definitely help in scaling up this industry as well. And hopefully the existing framework is solid enough. We just need more enforcement. Thank you. I think so. I'm past my time, but thank you so much.
Sir, you have put it absolutely in the right words what all of us wanted to say. I would like to invite all the other members of the round table for a group photograph. And all the other chairs will also get 10 minutes now. Ma'am, we'll do that. Coordinators will arrange it. From second sub-team of fashion vitality and outcome of industry initiatives in processes and products, I would like to invite Chair Mr. Rahul Bhajekar, Co-Chair Mr. Naveen Salani, Coordinator Dr. Yogesh Bokin, and any two members from the round table.
फेस दिसतो पाच ग्रुप होते 5 होते ना
I can't help it because I didn't switch it off. This was on. Sorry. So I said, like a true chairman, I'm going to sit on a chair and hand over the responsibilities to someone else. We had a wonderful set of people who are still sitting on their chairs there. I would like all of them to come up. And as I said, I'm going to not sit on a chair, I'll stand here while someone else takes over, please.
वाईट होता ना सगळे बोलणार तर आहेत सगळे
Good evening, everyone. So today, during our roundtable conference or roundtable discussion, the topic which we took up was industry initiatives in processes and products. And we started with few questions which were posed to the whole panel. And the first thing which we discussed was, why is upcycling most feasible compared to recycling in fashion? And there were various viewpoints which came into picture. When we talked about upcycling, it is easier to do when compared at the smaller scale, but it is not a scalable solution. But when we talk about recycling, it has its own difficulties because we need to segregate different composition of fabrics, different colors, and then we have to chemically process them. And even the recycled product which would come, or the recycled polyester as we see which comes, it is, we face the challenges of finishing, then value chain. All these are the problems which are faced in the recycling. Apart from that, there is lack of awareness as well concerning the recycling, and there is no value chain which has been set up till now. Whereas in upcycling, one needs to have a USP, then only those products would be sellable by any designer. So there is a huge need of government support in sense of textile zones or parks for such processes where people can do R&D and come up with a solution for the whole industry to follow up. And sustainability is something, or upcycling is something which has already been done traditionally since so many years. It is part of the, I can say, in all the Indian homes we have seen our mothers and grandmothers practicing upcycling in one way or the other. But it is just that we have to understand that we have to come up with a scalable solution of it, then only we can make it feasible in a better way. After that, we also had a discussion regarding the standard performance of some of the traditional crafts or the color fastness properties which are required in the global market. So when we are using the natural ingredients or the traditional processes, they sometimes result in unevenness. We of course believe that that is the beauty of any craft, that it has a different color every time, or there is some unevenness in that. But what should brands do? Should they change their strategies, or especially they should have a mark on the products that this is handmade? So this is something which customers have to accept. And the discussion actually happened in a way that if technology can intervene in craft, as I think the previous team also mentioned, that if technology can help overcome these problems, might be we can have better color fastness in the handcrafted products as well, or in the traditional crafts as well. So biotech can be integrated in craft. That would give a better solution in the long run. If we move further, then we also discussed the strategies required for the regulatory support, and we all of us concluded that if there are incubation centers or if there are R&D centers where the entrepreneurs or the young researchers can go and they can do a lot of experimentation and come up with innovative products, that would help. And this innovation center or this incubation center should be available at the cluster setup. Academia also plays an important role here, because whatever is the problem industry is facing, if researchers are more keen and if universities and colleges offering PhD, they encourage their researchers to pursue their PhD in a way that we can find out solution to the problems faced by industry, so that problem also can be solved. Then, as we have been discussing, I think since yesterday, that social aspect is equally important. Even if we are talking about the industry or the products and processes, we cannot ignore the human rights. So, we discussed that a framework can be created and a social criteria can be set up, which is followed by all the industries altogether in the Indian setup. Then, if we talk about the regulatory certifications, we also got to know that there was an eco-mark which actually started back in 1996-97, which is a voluntary label for all the sustainable, or I can say the upcycled products or the eco-friendly products. So brands can have that kind of a mark, and that can give a platform for certification. With this, I would like to conclude here. Though we had quite long discussions on different kind of certifications like GRS and natural life scalability, and the case studies of SIBA, and what is happening in different areas in industry and in smaller setups as well. But in short, this is something which we have concluded. Thank you.
So the only thing I want to add is, does anybody else want to add something to this? I would especially like the younger ladies to talk a little bit. What was your experience listening to all of this? Anyone, any two, I'm not going to let you go, somebody has to speak.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm studying in master's second year right now, and it is very prestigious to be a part of this conference. I got to learn a lot, and just hearing all of the discussions happening, we were noting down, and I think everything that we discussed, every person I was hearing had a very in-depth opinion on everything, and we got to, sorry, this is nervous. Okay, so basically, whatever we have studied in these 2 years, we have been studying about sustainability and everything since day 1 in SOF, and that gave us a lot of confidence while I think 1 or 2 times when we actually stated our opinions in this discussion. I think it came from all of the in-depth study that we have done, all the subjects that we have studied, and this was a very good exposure and a good experience in general. Thank you.
So thank you. The way you spoke was, I think, definitely 100 times better than what I did when I spoke the first time in front of an audience. So that was why I wanted somebody to speak. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm happy to have any questions if you have, otherwise here is my group. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. From the sub-theme 3, Fashion Vitality and Outcome of Certifications and Mandates, I would like to invite the Chair, Mr. Benjamin Itter, Co-Chair Dr. Mundekar, Coordinator Ms. Madhura Joshi, and any members from the panel, or all of them. As Rahul sir has set a great example of calling everybody, I would like to invite everyone from the round table of sub-team 3.
Switch mar. तिला काय करू काय करू तोच बोलणार फोटो काढणार
So no pressure when my co-chair Dr. Mundekar is standing next to me. To summarize this, okay, are we complete? Yes, I tried also to do it like Rahul, but I could not divert. So I summarize, I was chosen to summarize our group. Our roundtable, it was a very vital discussion we had. We had experts from the field of chemistry, educators, activists, entrepreneurs, and we had a lot of a lot of insights actually. Our team was an outcome of certification and mandates, and we spoke broadly about the possibilities of certifying certain processes and certain aspects of textile production. And we also found a lot of loopholes and problems in implementation of the same. We started off with speaking about polyester. We spoke a lot about polyester. Also, the chemists in the group, they told us about the bad things polyester has as fibers, and migration of elements when you wear it directly on the skin. And first, we spoke about the possibility of making production of textiles zero carbon emission, zero carbon free. So what we found is that you cannot really produce polyester carbon free, obviously, but the only possibility would be to offset the carbon later on, right? So our policy input would be to find ways to at least have some kind of carbon trade to achieve zero carbon emissions for such kind of products which are not natural textiles. One very big topic and block was that we speak a lot about plastic-free schools and try to bring education to the children in the schools in terms of be a green school and so on, but no one really cares about what the children are wearing. And we had the information that they sit often on plastic chairs, they're wearing plastic uniforms, polyester uniforms, and it would be a great thing as a policy input to at least advocate or give an input to the federal ministries and others to say plastic-free school include textiles into this as well. So why not have a plastic-free school initiative where we encourage the children and the schools also to wear khadi, to wear cottons, to wear natural fibers and not wear polyester, at least in school. And we had the examples from Rajasthan that you at your university have this also from very early age on. Maybe you can say 2-3 words afterwards about that. This was kind of a big topic, so we would like to give an input and say, why don't we use plastic? Why don't we say don't use plastic in these schools? And you all know Casual Friday, so why not have a khadi Thursday? That was one idea. So we spoke about major challenges in recycling. We also said that recycled polyester is also not the solution because it is the same like polyester with all the offs and ons. We spoke extensively about certifications are in place, but they have to be implemented. We had one very big block about how can consumers differentiate between good and bad textiles. We thought about like a traffic light system, about gamification character, that you have a traffic light, and how difficult it is in this complex textile world to differentiate what is good and what is bad textile, right? Because someone has to make the rules, there are many rules, but at least the idea of giving the consumer a possibility to understand this product is natural, like think about food, and like the veggie point of green and red, not non-veg, like easy systems in place as an input. Then we spoke about SMEs, and also I think, ma'am, correct me if I'm wrong, Hemant said many things that we discussed before about the GI. Yeah, but that geographical identification is not enough, but that you need to implement rules. There are strict rules, as you mentioned as well, that you give them the possibility to register once, and then they sell digitally or screen-printed khadi made of polyester and so on, right? So it makes no sense to have rules in place when nobody's checking them, and that at least the state emporiums or of the governments should at least have such strict regulations that you really know a craft is a craft. And one very important aspect I'd like to emphasize is that we saw the difficulties of especially hand weavers and craft people to get any kind of certification, because mainly these people are busy with earning a livelihood and so on. So that we have incubation centers and NGOs and partnerships between those who know about these things, go to the places, speak with the craftspeople, and have some kind of knowledge transfer and encourage these incubators. We spoke about real world and our ideal world, and about policies that we can imagine and the difficulties of bringing them into place. Educational institutions, businesses, policymakers. In the end, we said, let's have a positive attitude, let's be an example, let's make advertisement for the good instead of blaming what is bad. Let's encourage people, take them by the hand, if it is the polyester industry in Surat, or people who work with cancerous inks and don't know it. Let us give them solutions instead of playing a blame game which doesn't lead anywhere, and make advertisement for the good. So with this, I think I covered hopefully everything. And maybe you can just tell a little bit about your initiative with the Khadi, because it's very interesting. And Sir mentioned he saw in China that they banned the plastic bins and used bamboo bins instead. So maybe you said something very interesting. I think it would be nice to say how you do this.
So we are students of Banasthali Vidyapit from Rajasthan, and from first standard only we wear khadi on our daily basis. And we are so habitual in wearing khadi that now we actually prefer wearing khadi over any other polyester fabric. And it is said, psychological research says that by the age of 10, a child develops all the habits. So why not a child spends most of the time of the day wearing the uniform. So it is very essential that the uniform should be of such fabric that the child becomes very much habitual in that cotton or khadi, something natural fabric, that the child is going to represent the youth, the adult generation. Then it is going to be a part of his life, and ultimately the khadi and all the cotton fabrics, they are going to be promoted. This is how, from a very early age, we can inhibit the natural fabrics in the mind of child. Thank you.
Just to add on this, I gave the reference of how China is implementing things with the country which is exporting maximum plastic to rest of the world, but they have restrictions on use of plastic in their schools. Being from bamboo fraternity, I was invited for World Bamboo Congress in China in 2018, and I saw that the schools and the government organization in China, they have strictly rules that they should use bamboo dustbins instead of any plastic dustbins. So that was the reference which Sir gave, that it is up to us. We should take the initiative. Government is doing their own work, but the user has to take the initiative to follow the norms and make the change happen by our usability pattern. So that was what the references we mentioned, and we came up with the conclusion that if we take initiative in the schools right from the childhood, if kid get the knowledge of that how plastic is bad to him, he should not wear this polyester. Plus, if we can put knowledge to the kids to that how sustainability is to be maintained, and if he is convinced that he is not going to, the kid will not demand for more fashion products, so that way we can come down on the fast fashion pattern, which is right now a sustainability issue. So that's what I wanted to do. So thank you very much.
Because there are some designers who are going to be successful designers in future, I would like to give you some message to them. Okay, we are all storytellers. Okay, so make your own story. right from the beginning. One of the Japanese designers who became very famous, she was one of the first billionaires. She worked on minimalism. And if you see the fabrics which she was selling, there's nothing on it. It just looks like a grey fabric, right? It's just covered, okay, with just normal chemicals, and there's absolutely nothing on it. But it sells like hell. Because it's considered to be a very safe fabric, right? That's her story. And she became the fastest billionaire in the world, okay? So, create your own story, okay? Create your own unique story. Do not follow anybody, right? And for God's sake, don't copy. Okay? The best way to insult yourself is to copy somebody. So be genuine, be very authentic, sell your authenticity, and make sure that whatever you say, I have been to one program called Landmark, okay? And after that, after 3 days session, the guy who was our trainer, Mr. Puri, he said, if you forget everything what we have learned today, just remember one line. And he said, you are as good as your word. That's what Shakespeare said. You are as good as your word, right? So your value will depend on what you speak. So fantastic discussions that we had. I think Manasthali gave us an eye-opener. I was very surprised that one of the best suggestions came from you, from a student, right? So that makes us think that you never know where the next innovation is going to come from. So when you're students, when you're sending the students for design competition, don't look at only the final year students. The winner can also come from the first year. Okay? So, and we had a winner from the first year in our design competition also. So all the students, all the teachers, don't underestimate yourself, keep doing good, and thank you very much. I think anyone wants to speak? No?
Certifications is very different topic, or maybe it needs a lot of back-end support and of government as well as private organizations. We have now Rahul Bajikar sir with us. So I think for us to discuss about certification was very difficult. But I think it is our responsibility if we have a sense of responsibility to identify right and wrong. And if we select something which is really right, or we promote, which is really good and maybe sustainable, that is going to be very important, and we have to rather work on that rather than, thinking about developing certifications, because that is not our cup of tea. That was a discussion where we thought of all these things after that. So I just wanted to add this much to our discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. From something for fashion vitality and outcome of social interventions, I would like to invite Chair Dr. Rajesh Mannerikar, Co-Chair Dr. Suresh Karade, Coordinator Dr. Sudhakar Jadhav, and either two or all the members from the panel. And then we will do it again.
मी देतो ना कॉल सामना. Ito na 4 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Very fortunate us to be present here at GFI. Today we are the fourth theme, which is social interventions. Our first question was in correlation with how to find out alternative materials to polyester, as well as any other non-sustainable fibers or fabrics that are available already in the market. Initially, when we started this conversation, there were a lot of fabrics, a lot of fibers that popped in, right from seaweed fabric, jute fabric, of course, banana fabric. We had recycled polyester, hemp, and so on. But let's face the harsh reality fact that polyester is not leaving us anytime soon. We've got polyester practically in everything, right from the bottles that we drink out of, to the clothes that we wear, to our car seats, to everything. The only one area that we could actually think about was the fact that we could actually reduce the amount of virgin polyester usage. Currently, that is at just recycling polyester is at just at 14%, which we are trying to look at converting the whole thing upside down, and that is using lesser amount of virgin polyester than that of the actual one. Demand and supply was a major issue when we took in consideration using sustainable fibers and fabrics. But one of the major examples that happened just recently was when Khadi flags were requested during our Independence Day and Republic Day. Unfortunately, there was a demand and supply issue during the time period. Again, it is not easy for us to produce so much amount considering only using handlooms and handicrafts. Out of this, further, we had a discussion about consumer affordability as well, that not every consumer would be able to afford something that is created on a very limited scale, such as banana fabric, hemp fabric, and so on. We further had a discussion about probably introducing technology into these areas, which would practically cost you about 50 crores of an investment. Again, this further is dependent on the political factors. It does also involve a lot of governmental factors, policies, whether or not we are actually conducting things in a sequential format or legally, for that matter of fact. One of the ways to do this would have been, if things go fine, we get the finances, everything really great, this could be done in the form of CSRs or cluster projects along with industries kept in mind. Another opinion or point out that was brought to us was the fact that when India is not basically a coffee nation, but it became a coffee nation over the period of time because of the Coffee Board Association of India. And similar to that, we would appreciate it in this area where cotton boards or silk boards or any other textile boards would also get involved, regardless of whether being private or government. Now, as we went ahead, we also thought about the education and the awareness of the consumers. Yes, we lag behind in that area. Students need to be made aware, not only about the factors of how students and ourselves as well, not just students, but the general public as well, apologies, should also be made aware about the environmental damage, and not just that, but also the self-damage polyester caused. Now, this further went ahead into much more spiraling down and went into the idea of changing the consumer's mindset. I mean, yes, culturally speaking, previously we used to live in larger houses. We used to have a backyard where we could dry clothes and so on. But today, polyester is considered as one of the key fabrics. Why? Because during simple seasons like rainy seasons, you have to dry clothes, and polyesters are the ones that dry quicker. 5 months of a year, we practically use polyester. This then went ahead into changing the minds of the consumer aspect, which also goes down to the supply chain management, which comes to our next point. We did have a conversation about direct access to grassroots level productions, direct so that consumers could get them at affordable prices, re-educating consumers, as well as going ahead and promoting local artisans through schools, through hospitals, through hotels, because these are the ones that, no matter what you say, do have uniforms, do have a certain set of parameters that they function towards. And the idea is more or less to make sustainability a trend. One of the reasons being, again, if you have to look into student population, most of them go in for H&M and Zara's and all of the polyester-based companies. One of the reasons being that they are very trending in nature. Why not make sustainability trending? The other factors or the other areas that we went ahead were in areas of the third question, which was government and industry encouragements, or how can governments and industries actually be a part of it. Upon this, we realized there are 4 major pillars in order to do so. One is the strategy planning, R&D, and the policy making department. The second, which was in relation to involvement of industries. The third in terms of the consumers, and the fourth is in terms of the academics. When you're talking in terms of strategy making, going ahead and creating, keeping in mind new policies, new innovations towards sustainability should be our key area. In terms of industries, it has to be tax deductibility can be done if companies are going ahead with major CSRs, as well as extended production responsibility must be kept in mind while you are considering industry production. Consumers must be made aware of the possibilities of what products that they can be using, as well as about the green initiative projects. They should also be made affordable for the consumers, as well as easily accessible for the consumers. Most of the issues when it comes to certifications and so on, as well as the fact that the consumer is unaware. Again, in terms of academics, the new education policy systems have already taken care of most of what we are doing. Awareness regarding the research grants as well should be made towards the research students, towards other students, as well as students who would like to become new entrepreneurs. Again, going back to our culture is also something that we should do. For instance, previously we used to wash clothes with materials such as copper and water, but today we are requested to use washing powder, which again adds to the carbon footprint. In conclusion to our entire conversation, we just realized all in all, it is all about an entire community-based working that we need to keep in mind. It's not just the consumers, it's not just the educators, it's not just the government or the industry, but it is the process of how we all work together, as well as keep ourselves aware of what is happening around us. Thank you. If anyone wants to add in, if I missed out on anything, please go for it, because I was so nervous, I do not know what I missed out on.
Very good evening, everyone. It's an indeed pleasure to be here. I would honestly thank Dr. Hundekar ma'am for hosting up such kind of an event. Everyone is enlightened and we've got different insights. And as everyone has rightly put up the point regarding the sustainability and all, it's by small efforts, small steps, we can definitely work out. The topic which we had got was social interventions, and I think she's covered everything. But we have some students from the university, and they would like to come up and speak about the initiative which was started at their department. So I would request her to please come up. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sneha Dhawan, and I am from Banasthali Vidyapeeth. So first of all, I want to add one point as a Gen Z. We have to make a trend as a sustainability. Like we have to set a trend as a sustainability. मतलब basically हमको एक trend के साथ ही चलना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि we every Gen Z's follow a trend. So we make a sustainability as a trend, and thank you for Soft University, Soft College and GFI for this good and best experience I have experienced and this exposure. Thank you for everything.
नमस्कार मैं क्या बोलूं जो बोलना था जो डिस्कशन था ऑलरेडी यहाँ पे हो गया तो जैसे कपूर वाला आइडिया है तो हम डीपली सोचेंगे तो कितने सालों से हम केमिकल के साथ खेल रहे हैं कभी आयुर्वेदिक जो कपूर है स्फटिक है अगर उसको ट्राई करके हम अपनाएंगे तो मुझे लग रहा है कि हम कुछ इस सृष्टि के लिए अच्छा करेंगे और काफ़ी हमें डीपली हमने बोला सोचा है तो जैसे स्कूल खुला है तो हमने पहले के ज़माने में हम एक वाटर बैग लेके थे कपड़े का वाटर बैग लेके चलते थे अभी बच्चे जितना पानी नहीं होता उतना जो उसका बॉटल है ना उसका वजन होता है 500 ml की बॉटल होती है लेकिन उसका वजन है 1 लीटर जितना तो हमें थोड़ा सोचना पड़ेगा कि कुछ ऐसा करें जिससे ये जो वेस्ट है वो भी बच पाए और हम बच्चों को एक नई उम्मीद दे पाए कि भाई इससे दुनिया को हम नया रास्ता दे सकते हैं थैंक यू सो मच फॉर
शुभ तक
preferences in selecting sustainable fashion, I would like to invite the Chair, Mr. Nikhil Furia, Co-Chair, Ms. Meher Castellino, Coordinator, Mr. Satyadeep Jogekar, and entire panel on the dais.
Good evening, and don't worry, I'm going to keep it really short because I can understand people have started seeing their social media, people are on their phone and they are concerned on when this gets over soon. And thank you, Rahul sir, for that sarcasm. Mic band hai, maine band nahi kiya, main kya karu? And that's where an eye-opener was there, because that's where it brings us to the point to our discussion where fashion vitality as an outcome of consumer awareness to make informed choices in selecting sustainable practices and products. And I'd like to start with a statement that every one of you present, every time we spend any resource, maybe time, money, mind, effort, we are casting a vote to make an environment that we want for future. So I think that's where the importance of awareness is, and unless we are aware, unless the consumer is aware, there won't be anything for the industry to motivate them either to sell more or out of no choice, they would want to take it to another level and get sustainability in place. I'd like to thank all the members of my group who very open-mindedly discussed a lot of things, and the best part was all of us had our own subjective views of sustainability, and because we did not agree on most of the points, that's where I think the entire idea of this group discussion becomes more effective. Thank you to my previous speaker who covered, I think, everything on consumer awareness and making my job easy. But well, here are a few points that are really great takeaways, which we feel are great takeaways. In terms of transparency and traceability and authenticity, authenticity, we've heard already. But traceability, authenticity, we've heard already. Transparency, I think, yes, we can do a lot of things. But it's not just the industry. We came up with the idea and we thought a lot can be deliberated on how about forming communities and forums. So like how GFI is one initiative and where like-minded people are coming in here. Probably next time you visit a sustainable store or you're buying a sustainable product either online or from any store, and you get a thank you card and you say, be a part of our community. And likewise example would be if today I am a Royal Enfield owner and I become an Enfield biker group member, probably it's out of passion that I would like to ride a bike all the way to Alibag rather than seeing my comfort or something. So when you're part of a forum like this, or when you're part of a community that's passion driven, that understands the importance of sustainability, there are a lot of such questions, or in fact, Quora or whatever other platforms that are there, and people would want to find out things about what particular sustainable product is available where, or if I can have an alternative to this product, both not only in terms of consumers but also for manufacturers, because that will help them get access to a lot of data and also resolve a lot of their queries. Again, educating the younger generation through institutes, schools, and creating awareness through the entire value chain was already covered. Government initiatives was something that we thought can really help a lot, because government today, especially the textile ministry, has really been very, very proactive in promoting sustainability as not just as a concept but an ideology that the industry it wants to accept it wholeheartedly, and it doesn't want anything to come as an overnight disruptor. And that's why I think it's really great that we have institutes like SOFT, CMAI, SURE concept, where we have CMAI, Reliance and United Nations tying up together, and many other institutes, I'm sure YOJA, and a lot of other institutes where we are brainstorming, we are discussing, so that nothing comes overnight, or nor the industry or the consumer both are affected adversely. At the same time, a point slightly digressing, it was also thought that government could come up with certain taxations where they could make sustainable products more cheaper in terms of levying more taxes on non-sustainable product, and that's how where the consumer would be limited in his choices, because today, like one of our members had pointed out, 11 by 11 brand would sell a denim for 25,000. So however sustainable it is, it's not sustainable for my family. And then I would go out for another product or another alternative. So it's not just sustainable as a product, but the ecosystem to be sustainable as a whole, and sustainability to be sustainable by itself as a philosophy should be adopted by both government and private institutes together. That brings me to another point of public-private partnerships, so that even the organizations, both the private organizations and the public institutions, especially in the fashion industry, can use their CSR budget to come up with innovative campaigns to create awareness, and use that budget as wisely as judiciously to create libraries, to create different systems where the consumer awareness is taken care of, and the whole ideology or the whole concept of making this industry as sustainable is accepted in a more convincing way, rather than it being sent across that this is the only option left with us. Another few initiatives that we thought could really help making sustainability more trendy, because I think the younger generation wants something that's more in trend, and they want really something that's buzzing. So probably having awards for sustainable brands and special awards only for the category of sustainability, the brands that are creating an impact in the society, and sustainability as a whole in the entire ecosystem. Probably we could also look at options of, just like Black Fridays and the Big Billion Sale days, why don't we have a week of sustainability where only sustainable products are being promoted on the e-commerce sites, or maybe wherever the retail MBOs and EBOs are there, and they are just promoting the sustainable portion of the retail outlet. And that particular week again will have a lot of importance. So just small different initiatives where consumers will start taking this as more trendy, more buzzing, and they would want to later post, they are a part of it, and like how the Gen Z and the next generation probably suffers the biggest disease of not diabetes or heart attacks, but FOMO, and they would not want to miss out on anything, and probably that can really help. In terms of technology, because technology as a disruptor, I would say technology, of course, not would just disrupt, but could also really help. So we discussed a lot of things, that there are softwares that can help reduce wastages, there are softwares that could help reuse particular things, and a lot of other technologies that can be explored in a much different way. AI-driven, also we would like to propose that, technology is used in the right sense, again, both as a public-private partnership, and we create an open source database where there is enough data available for manufacturers, for consumers. If today the consumer even finds out from the tag that this is a sustainable brand, then know your brand should be something, and they can easily find out what kind of sustainable practices are they using, and are these really sustainable. And for a ban, from the manufacturer's point of view or from the industry's point of view, where can they source sustainable resources, so their raw materials and a lot of other things. Something that a lot of people in our group agreed and a lot didn't agree. The group size is quite big, and I think to get a 70% or 80% is sometimes difficult. Are options like caller tunes, and today you would not want a caller tune that after a point of time becomes irritating, because the next person that you're trying to call, really you want him to pick up the call urgently, but you listen to a particular slogan on sustainability. But yes, these are small things that will really help in changing the mindset, in getting that seeds sown of how we can have sustainability as a need-of-the-hour thing for the end consumers. Finally, the digital media and influencers, I think most of it was covered by these speakers before. Apart from cricketers and celebrities to be endorsing the concept, one important point was promotion of artisans and the art and entrepreneurs through blockchain or through different forms of technology. And that particular promotion will not only just promote the artisans, but will also create an awareness that how important an art process is. Because a lot of people in our group also, especially people who were not related to the industry directly, would not know how much effort or how much time it requires for an artisan to make a particular sari as vis-a-vis a power loom, like a handloom vis-a-vis a power loom, and why does it cost particularly escalate, and what particular skill that is so unique to that particular artisan group. So unless that awareness is created, how would someone even be ready to pay a price for it? So those kind of awarenesses will really not only promote the artisans but also create an awareness and will help consumers make a paradigm shift and have that attitude of wearing something that is bought at a much higher price, but with the pride of not showing off that label of a higher price, but the pride of endorsing an artisan who really owns that particular art or is really skillful and got gifted with that particular art. Lastly, it's just making sustainability as aspirational as possible, because unless it's aspirational, unless it's trending, unless it's the buzzword. So to an extent, though none of the members totally endorse greenwashing, but whatever each brand is doing right now is somewhere sowing some seeds of sustainability. There is some kind of awareness, and I think we should really have a great round of applause for every one of us who spend the entire day and maybe probably spending the day tomorrow, because we are having that attempt of whatever small change each one of us can get into the industry and for what we can do to our Mother Earth and the future generations. I now have it open for any of our members to add if they want to add something. I think one of our young students had a very great experience that she'd like to share.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Janhavi Rampulivar. I'm from MDes first year. So while the discussion was going on, sir actually asked me if it's your responsibility to recommend something related to sustainable fashion to the manufacturers, to the consumers, and every single person you are meeting. So that's when I shared my experience. While I was in graduation, I did a collection on Himru. So I went to their store, where I came in contact with one artisan. So he was making a shawl. I was thinking of making a dress, Western contemporary design from a shawl. So I asked him what's the price of the shawl he was working on. So he told me it was for 15,000. The piece was actually a customized one, but it was actually for 15,000, and all the basic design starts from 10,000 to 15,000. So that was actually quite expensive for me to work on that much of expensive fabric and to make a collection of it. So I again asked them for the alternative of it. So they suggested me of Pavaloon Hindu, which was for the same shawl, not exactly the same, the authenticity actually differed, but it was for 800. So I actually chose that shawl to work on, but I would like to tell you about this because it was actually not sustainable for me according to my budget. So I opted for the Pavaloon shawl. So this was actually the experience of mine sharing about the handloom and Pavaloon knowledge I got from it. And it's all about, I would like to conclude with, it's all about is creating a balance of using sustainable fashion according to your budget or according to the way or how you want to contribute to it. Thank you.
I think she missed out on the latter half of the example because I told her to keep it short. Sorry, I took some time of yours. The other half of the example was that when she presented her collection and discussed it with few of her relatives, there was someone who wanted to buy that particular outfit, but from the original artisan's fabric. And that's where the important point arises that each to their own. I mean, for her at that point, buying something from Pavaloon was a perfect decision, and there is no, right or wrong in that. And then there is a market again for someone who really aspires or who really respects to that particular art or the artisan, and because they knew that someone could really get it for them, and they opted for it. So I think the entire idea of coexisting, not replacing one with the other, but coexisting and having the right balance and the trade-off will really help the industry not to get financially affected, but the whole concept of vitality, fashion will remain as vital and as feasible for everyone as a business. Thank you.
Good evening all. I'm talking nothing more on sustainability because I guess there are many groups and many good speakers out जिन्होंने बोला है. But I'll just like to summarize the entire evening here, saying that sustainability, we spoke many initiatives that we can take up as say on the behalf of consumers or as manufacturers, or say as a person. I would say make sustainability a thought process. Make sustainability a thought process in a way that we try to bring this small change that we can, as a manufacturer, I can take an initiative of making a small segment of whatever I do in my daily productions or daily manufacturing, try to make it as sustainable as possible. Sustainable is not only about using sustainable fabric, sustainable meaning, sustainable is a thought. That's what I'm saying. Let's everyone pledge today that we'll try to bring this thought in our day-to-day living. As a consumer also we can bring this. We shared many ideas in how as a consumer you can bring those sustainable changes in your buying habits, going towards circular fashion, upcycling. There are many methods, slowing down your buying habits. That is what we call slow fashion, fast fashion, whatever we are talking about here. So nothing more about any initiative, but I'm saying try to bring this small change in your thought process so that every day morning when we wake up, like what we do in the evening, like before sleeping half an hour, we think of whatever we did in the day, like meditation. So sustainability can be a thought process like a meditation so that eventually we can bring changes for the coming generations. This change and this initiative, whatever we are doing here since last couple of years, the changes that we are going to see, it's going to come after couple of, say, for our next generation to survive. So let's start it today. Let's have this thought process indented in our mindset. And let's hope that we get something good out of it. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I will keep it very short. I will take around 1.5 minutes, and believe me, I am a maths teacher, so I won't disappoint you. And I will keep the word given by Nikhil sir that we will keep it very short. 2 days ago, I along with my colleague got to know that we are going to participate in this conference, and we had no clue about what's going on. But when the discussion was going on, especially related to the consumer awareness, I think we, that is the teachers community, play a very important role, because one teacher come across around 200 students every day, and one school come across around 1600 students every day. And through those 1600 students, we come across, say, even if we consider a nuclear family, we come across around 6 to 7 thousand people every day. So when we say the sustainable product, I think instead of just talking, if you have any plan, we at Vision English Medium School would like to invite all of you. If you have any plan related to the consumer awareness program, we would like to invite all of you and welcome all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. On behalf of Green Fashion India, I sincerely thank each one of you for your valuable time, insights, and contribution to today's roundtable discussion. Your perspectives have enriched our conversations and will undoubtedly help shape the way forward. I appreciate the open dialogues, collaborative spirits, and thoughtful engagements. Thank you all once again. Ladies and gentlemen, the choices we make today will define the legacy we leave behind. Let this conference be a catalyst for change, inspiring meaningful actions toward a sustainable, a responsible tomorrow. And with this hope, we take your leave and see you all tomorrow sharp at 10 o'clock. This is me, Malika, signing off for today. Thank you so much. Have a lovely evening.